And interestingly, when she told me about his age, that he was 38 years old when he took on the mantle of leading the law school, it's because I was also 38 years old when I was given the mantle to be Dean of the Faculty of Law at Uganda Christian University. So it was playing around in the same way. But he started it out of passion. He had that passion for not only sucking in legal education, but also sharing it with others. Of course, like I said, I'm not going to go so much into the history of Hardy, but when he came back to Uganda from Harvard Law School, 1967, and then had first resumed his position at University of Dar es Salaam, and then was called to Makerere to start the law department, then under the late Ali Mazrui. That's how he started out with few students. Actually, he started on his own before later on being joined by Professor Justice Kanihamba. He had about 25 students at the time. Some of the pioneer students are one, the current partner in Kampala Associated Advocates, Mr. Peter Kabatsi. There is Justice Remy Kasule of the Court of Appeal. Those are some of the students that he had at the time, among the 25 pioneer students. He also had Madame Sanze, who was later on joining him as the secretary of the Uganda Law Reform Commission, and then she became chairperson of the Law Reform Commission just about 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. So those are some of his pioneer students. He generally believed in the power of knowledge, that education takes you far. I mean, we've been talking about this. His family values, which we keep echoing now, 12 to 13 years, well, since then. Good manners before the comfort in life that we have, we would all want shortcuts, but you can't get that shortcut. You have to go through the hard road, the tough way, so that you enjoy the benefits of that hard work. And that's something he always instilled in us as his children. Same thing that he also instilled in the various students that he taught. And he taught, as he already had, various universities. Of course, with the University of Dar es Salaam. And then over the years, various universities in Asia, sabbaticals in the UK, but mainly sabbaticals in the US, where he spent his later academic life. Going back to teach at Harvard, teaching at Northwestern University, teaching at Florida University, and many others. He always believed that as you impart knowledge, you are in fact building onto your network. I remember one time, in the 2000s, when he was chairperson of the Uganda Law Reform Commission, he used to travel a lot on his professional trips. So we'd go to pick him up at the airport upon his return, and he said that he was so proud of the fact that the workshop he had been attending, I think he had been in Dar es Salaam for a workshop, that the 3 ministers of justice who were at that workshop were all his former students. 3 being Kenyan Minister of Justice, Ugandan, and Tanzanian were all his former students. And interestingly, the 3 chief justices, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda, who attended that workshop were also his former students. So when you have something of that nature, seeing that your former students are now part of the people making the law, part of the people influencing the law, there's no greater pride than that as a lecturer or as a professor. So he was honored to see those values visualized through various ways, through the different law schools. And as you've heard, his tentacles also stretched to Uganda Matters University at Nkozi. The initial plans to put up the Uganda Matters University were held in his house in Makerere University where he was staying. I used to move around taking those notes to the different people, inviting them to attend the discussions. The late Onyango, who was the registrar at Uganda Matters University, and many other people who went then on to start teaching there, were always invited, I think, one Sunday every month to meet in my father's house, discuss the structure, the vision, even help to sketch the current logo of the university. So all these things really talk about how much he had a passion for and appreciated legal education in the country. I also wanted to just bring out a little correction. When Mr. Chirumiro was talking about the pioneer lecturers here, I was actually one of them. I don't know how my name missed out on that list. Interestingly, in 2005, I happened to be visiting my father. I just returned from the UK after doing my master's, and I was visiting my father when the late Professor Sentes Academy came home to discuss issues related to starting the law school here. So of course we got talking. He asked me for my CV, gave it to him, and I was deeply impressed when the very next day he brought a letter inviting me to teach at the School of Law here. So January 2005, I started as a lecturer at Nkumba University. I went on to teach until 2011 when I left for my doctorate in the US. Came back 2014, continued until, of course, 2017. It was hard then to balance between being dean at Uganda Christian University and also continue to teach here. So that's why I painfully left in 2017. So it was a long stretch of teaching at Nkumba University, and I feel a great nostalgia coming back here and seeing how much transformed it has. I believe in Nkumba University mainly because I share and see the passion that my late father had for this place. There's so many things that he brought in, taking a huge chunk out of his personal library to bring it here was part of the belief he had in this university. I believe it's Isaac Newton who once said that we walk very far because we've stood on the shoulders of giants. And everyone in this room and thousands of lawyers scattered across the globe have stood on the shoulders of the late Professor Kakoza. And the best way we can honor him is to pass on that legacy, to fulfill his desire of seeing everyone graduate at the top of their classes and become the top brains, not just in Uganda but everywhere, but then also pass on, come back and teach here. That's part of the pride that he had in students, seeing them continue as lecturers or imparting knowledge any other way they could. We have a foot in practice, we have a foot in academia, we have a foot in policy, because as lawyers, we have to walk that journey of being a part of influencing the development of law everywhere we can. And that's what he wanted for each of us. So the best way we can honor him is fulfilling it. So thank you again for honoring the late Professor Kakoza. God bless you.
Let's give another round of applause to our speaker. He has done really a tremendous job. I am beyond impressed. I'm not just impressed, I'm beyond impressed. And my expectations have been met and exceeded just before even the day has reached in the video.
Yeah, and the professor had the habit of kind of coming back. We think this professor was already come back and we will be honored. But in his article about land, he begins by saying land is the most important resource of every family. We really wish to have made that after what he has acquired in education. Wouldn't education and knowledge become more important resources than that? That will be talk of another day. Ladies and gentlemen, this is another round of clapping for Professor.
When he was speaking, he talked about passion. And I do not know how many people are passionate about about the things that they do today. And it just reminded me that passion is very important if we are to get anywhere. Because today you find people who are not passionate about things, doing them as a shortcut. And because of that, we are having a lot of problems. So I believe by the time we leave this place, we would have taken that also, that passion is very, very important. As far as
you really emphasize the issue of knowledge. And you know what's so unique about knowledge?
Please tell me.
Knowledge is that thing where the more you give, is the more you remain with. That is the unique aspect of knowledge. Sure. That's why people say teachers are bright, intelligent. It's just because they are sharing knowledge all the time. And the more I give, the more I remain with. Starting up, was not actually a simple thing. He talked about Isaac. Do you remember Isaac as laws of motion?
I remember, I think, one or two.
Okay, the first one.
I'm not going to give them.
Oh, thank you. I know. Now, you see, Isaac's first law of motion is the purest law of science and human endeavor. Because it says everything or everybody remains in its state of motion, of rest or uniform motion, unless compelled by an external force. Change does not happen on its own. Whenever you see things changing, they are not happening by flow of gravity, where gravity is also a force anyway. Somebody is making them happen. Professor Makosa did not apply force in its literal meaning, but used the magnanimity of his person, his intelligence, his knowledge to influence those around him. And like Peter Drucker says, that in leadership, example is not the best thing. It is the only thing. And from what I have heard, Professor Makosa always led by example. Next on the agenda, we shall have a poem. It's 9 billion in the room. Sumaya is the person to recite the poem in the room. Oh, Gideon has prepared a nice poem about the day. Where's Gideon? They gave me only one name, Gideon. I think, wow, so smart. You make me feel naked. This is how a lawyer should look like. Thank you. Please, by the mere look of this, I know what is in that poem. It's far much better. Gideon, how to bed by the scrap of the neck.
Thank you very much. Protocol observed. My name is Mwajebi John. Year 1, Nkumba Law School. Our poem is titled The Man Who Gave Life to Ugandha's Law. I repeat the title. The Man Who Gave Life to Ugandha's Law. Continue to rest in peace, Professor. Your ground work continue to pay your fruits to the younger lawyers. The poem was written by me, Mwaje Gideon, alias Batapa. As a young learning egg, unaware the withering age, with many questions on legal outrage, among lives to hold a leaf from a young dream that came true in 73. Who was that man? The man who gave life to our law in 70. The first citizen at Harvard Law University. Award winner, Man of the Year. Awarded by the American Biographical Institute. A known family law advocate. A senior presidential advisor. Founder of the first Ugandan law school. And then Nkumba going to be principal. Your this way.
I think that deserves a standing ovation. Let us make our feet and clap for this young man. Why are we jealous? Thank you, video. That is wow. I hope that one day when my head becomes cold, I'll play walking among the men. Oh my God.
Very tremendous story.
Yeah.
It is just like it reminded me of what Paul gave us here. They are bringing this. We are feeling what he did.
Yeah, just recognizing me. It's a
Tremendous. Well done, video. That was so good.
What? I'm very happy. Team, you can now distribute refreshments. I'm feeling really happy.
I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the current Excellence Mushabe Lawrence.
Oh, you're taking class. This is the president of the university. Let me hear. I allow me also recognize Hambe, our lecturer, also Makuma Alex. Thank you for joining us. And we also MP Nkumba University Law Society, to the youth, also Memorand Togo.
Thank you for coming.
I'm sure you will use it.
True, they are.
So we shall have just a course. Professor Okweza, Dr. Okweza, and the Associate Professor Wenje have sent in their apologies. They are running late, but they are still coming to join us. And that is what civilizing people. You send in your apologies, so turn up or not. Please, those giving out refreshments. Hurry, we don't have. Even the person who is supposed to speak on behalf of the alumni has sent in their apology, their way. So when they are here, we shall give them a chance.
I think those ones are the adult refreshments are done. So may I take this opportunity with great honor and humility to invite. Let's wait a bit.
Um, just a brief amendment. By the way, it is my program, and I was told I will reserve all the rights to amend. We shall have another point, then we shall have two speeches from the top of the top. Council Corp, I'm told there's another point. Please come and present it. We are here to honor Professor Kaboza. Anything in his honor can never be out of place today. He's the reason we are here and we are ready for this. Thank you, Council.
Sorry, we had to get this off head, but Jared Jackery is not here. So to cover up that time, let me recite my poem. Long live Professor Kaboza. Your roots shall not die. Viva the mighty Professor. Rest in peace, my Lord teacher. You may not be born, but in our hearts you're the native tone. Your eyes are the reflection of this pop wisdom we remember. You sit at the zenith of the world's greatest dawns. You're the mirror of greatness and the perfect storm of gentleness. Your softness made you a gentle king. You inspire us to conquer. You built that we may see legal life forever. Your sacrifice made our world a better place for sure. You love law like the sun daily. You look like law, like the judge and a hammer. You're the candlelight we hold so high. Your fruits are fresh even in the young blood. Your works are fine wine. You build that we may prosper. You plant that we may intellectually grow proper. Your roots shall never die. Remembering you is a perfect plan. By Paul, I am the city of musical poets, and it's a love here.
Thank you, CEO. Another round of applause for the CEO's performance. You know, he's creative and he has started on the path of leadership. Professor Kaboza, the one we are honoring, started quite young, and ask me about him in 10 years, I'll tell you. The next two speakers are quite special. You know, the beauty of learning runs deep. One has his job spelled out in a statute. Another has the job spelled out in the Constitution. So when we study please, let's acknowledge the arrival of Associate Professor Francis Kweke, Dean School of Law, Nkumba University. I would like to make an agreement because the two I was going to invite postdocs are stepped out in states are still with us. They have given this day to us. I will not allow Professor Wenge to rest in his peace, in his seat, sorry, but also in the peace. I will right away get him to speak because, as I told you earlier, he sent in his apologies that he will be late. Professor will have taken notes of the business schedule, and we thank you for saving time for us this day. Professor Wenge is a man we all admire in this university as students of law. You know, simplicity is the mark of excellence. And anybody who has read anything that Professor Wenge has written will appreciate how he applies simplicity to even the most complex legal concepts. He makes you feel that it is easy and you can also do it that easily. Professor Wenge is a senior citizen in this country, a former Secretary General of the Democratic Party at the age of 30, a former presidential candidate in 2001, and a trustee professor. If I could turn back the hands of time, I would have voted for him. Because then I didn't know you as well as I know you now. And a distinguished legal practitioner. I have heard that when he is in a court of law, he is a gladiator with the armor of justice, the law as his sword, and the equity as his shield. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Associate Professor Francis Wenge. Professor, the place is yours.
President of the Nkumba Students Law Society, your team, your cabinet. I'm willing to mention everybody to understand the Prime Minister, the Speaker, the Minister of Education. So, appreciate all your positions. The Vice Chancellor, people cross their faces. The Vice Chancellor of Nkumba University, Dr. Makia, who is the Deputy IEG. Dr. Kapoza, Professor Kapoza. I've seen the whole, that team, my colleagues in the school. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very great day. We have had this type of day in the past, but have not been as glamorous as of today. Maybe one of the reasons that the Vice Chancellor was in the school was seriously, because sometimes it was difficult to get money to make sure such event takes place. We thank you very much for the presentation. It's a great day for us at the School of Law because what is important is remembering our legal gladiators. Somebody has described him. That is Professor Kapoza. I would like to invite you, just mention the name all of us club. I know others, some other, my but unfortunately I was stuck with the practice work. I was summoned by court to be in court there in the morning. They had to be there. Now, we have missed, I hope you have recorded what my colleagues have spoken about. For me, my task is very simple. Let's talk about Professor Kapoza. The rest, others will talk about them. I happen to have been a student of Professor Kapoza. You have described me as a humble, but I think the humblest possible is Professor Nkumba. Because when he was at the Amatele, that time it was faculty of law, was not yet even the faculty, it was the department of law, of social sciences. And he came with a team from the Restaurant University, which included people like Professor Chiapi, Professor Senpewa, Professor Hamba, all those academic giants, and he was on the top. But besides, although he was on the top, you could not realize that he was head of that department. It was called head of the department because it had just been taken from the restaurant. But one thing we admire about Professor Nkumba, when he came to class, you could see a very knowledgeable person. Very knowledgeable person. Not pretended he knew everything. One reason why he knew everything was one of the few people in this country, if not in common law countries, who did his degrees at Oxford University and at Harvard University almost simultaneously. You don't find such a people, they are very rare breeds. But what is important, he valued the students. He valued the students and he made sure even those who are, I'm sorry to use the expression, mediocre, he never dared to dismiss anybody. He said everybody has got the brain almost same level. What matters is how or she is trained. For that matter, I spent 3 years at the school, at the faculty at that time. I never saw anybody doing what is called a TED. I think the system of teaching was such that many of us understood. And it is not coincidental that he was supported by people like Professor Hamba, who is I think if I mention Hamba, we all know that. Do I have to talk about him? At least Rezip Shalopi too. Because Hamba has written so many textbooks, and I think one of the textbooks was during that time of Professor Kakoza. Professor Kakoza was also a very sociable person, very sociable. People could believe that that's the Kakoza that we are talking about. You will meet him on the street, you will meet him at the gate, he will stop to greet everybody. Even the sweepers. He valued everybody in the university. Professor Kakoza went out of his way to teach even on a Sunday. He was a Christian, but he said, if you are cow falling in the ditch or something, it was called in the Bible. If it is Sunday, the Bible talks of the horse because there were no cows there. And he said, can you leave it? He said, if my students are lagging behind, Sunday is the teaching day. So we should be carried on Sunday. Professor Kakoza was the head of law during very bad time. That is during Idi Amin's regime. And some of us were political agitators. We used to organize demonstrations, and at one time we lost one of our colleagues. We were demonstrating on Bombo Road, and one of us was shot dead. And Professor Kakuza was part of the demonstration. Can you imagine being demonstrating along with the students? And some of us were trying to protect him, he might be shot, but we said, who is going to watch today after all? So they are in t-shirt and students. Yes, for students, we had a bit of a problem. One of the lecturers was the university orator. That was Kijaki, Abraham Kijaki, university orator. But we used to fear Kijaki because anytime you see government vehicles coming to collect him, they will give State House. At that time, State House was awarded because anybody who collected and taken State House was lucky if he came back. Master Professor Kapoza told us he has never been invited to State House even a single day, and he thanks to God for that. Because he said, if I went there, what do I tell Idi Amin? I'm not going to deceive him. I will say, I believe in the rule of law. And that is what most of us, most lawyers, including you, fear to tell our leaders that there must be a rule of law. A rule of law. Because of being a brave man and so on, eventually, when the university became a faculty, when the department became a faculty, he was appointed the dean. From head of the department to the dean. I happen to have graduated when he was the dean. And I happen to have been one of those were only two people who were selected by the dean to go on a study in America. The dean is scholarship. So studied law, but we spent a year in America. Now I'm still wondering why he selected me and Dr. Mayanja. Dr. Mayanja just passed on to be teaching in Australia. But our class was not of mediocres. It included people like Justice Serutinde, Justice Mwanda, Justice Lugadia, and people like Fredo Bo, the brother Otembo Bo, and the others, the prominent people in society here. What was important is that for us, we are copying the character of Kakoza, believing in what you are doing as a lawyer. A lawyer stands for truth and justice. If you cannot live by the truth, then your lawyership is being doubted. If you cannot defend the rule of law, then your lawyership is being doubted. Professor Kakoza would have made a lot of money. He was in position to make a lot of, but he never did. He never did because he believed in ethics. An ethical lawyer from the school at Makerere, he was appointed a judge of the court of the High Court. I think he wanted to be there for about a year, and he asked to be relieved of those details because he was getting directives from State House to decide cases according to what the head of state wanted. And he said, please relieve me of this job. And he left. Then he went back to Makerere. He resumed his work as a dean. Continued until this government came in. Because of his record, he was appointed chairman of Law Reform Commission. Most of the laws you see here which have been reformed, they were reformed under Professor Kakoza. He was also appointed presidential advisor on legal matters. Until his death, the chief and senior presidential advisor of the president. Now, you have heard me talking about this young man here. He's not a good man, he's a young man. Because during, when this young man was a student, his father appointed him and said, I want this young man to be teacher by you. This man worked with me, allocated him details to do research, and I also partly interested him in being academic because he was a very brilliant person. He said, will you manage practice? Because all the wanted to do research. I said I will do both. When you finish the university, come to work, did this country. I am happy that Professor Kakoza left you. There are other siblings of his. I'm going to want to mention them in other fields. Like this one, the field of his father. We of Nkumba are lucky when he had finished his PhD abroad. He had a assignment here. He taught at the school of law for some time with one of my colleagues. But because of who he is, some other university came to story him away. And they stole him away because I have mentioned this so that the vice chancellor takes note about it. You see, there is a local sage adage which says, you don't know the value of something until you have now retained Kakoza and we were taken to, I think, UCU. But even when he was there, I don't think he was properly handled. He was maybe acting dean, because I said I cannot continue being acting. He left. I could see his blood, his father's blood in him. Then Makere said, we need you. They took him to Makere. I think Nkumba lost him. Maybe one day we must invite him to come back. The school of law is not easy because of Professor Kakoza. Some of us who joined him, the first thing that joined him was selected by himself alone. We were not even using the university committees. The university told him you can select your team. And this included people like now the famous, I don't know if it's famous or notorious, Mayanga, the minister of land, who was among the original lecturers here. And others, some have been people in other ministries, the authority, so on. But he selected him to make sure the school starts at the right level. Having been in Dar es Salaam, having been at Makere, and when he reached here, he was persuaded by other universities to leave Nkumba and start caring you. I remember they gave him a bigger salary to start caring, he refused it. He got stuck here. We gave him a class. I don't think Professor Kakoza was paid highly, like most of us. I don't think you were looking for money. You were looking for building the legal profession, which he did. The class. Yesterday, I was in lecture experience on ethics before the students, and I was reading for them something from newspaper by Justice Wambutusi. Justice Wambutusi said, those our groups which joined the Makerere during those days, we joined it because we wanted the profession. And we found people there who had the profession at heart. They can call that the same people, they can have that. Why? That's the profession. Money was not the biggest priority. But what he said today, the majority of you are not coming because you want to be professional people. They want to make money. I don't know whether it's right. Because you can see a lawyer in newspapers having a story, 3 billion, 3 billion, not earning story. That was not the spirit of purpose. That was not the spirit of the Ghanaians. But more so, that was not the spirit of purpose. So we have something to learn from Kapos especially. Why? Those people were mentioned in the same paper, like Pusha, like Kakende, and others, and Hamba, were his students at the National University. And he's instilling in them the spirit of professionalism. You of today, a function like this one, should not be about eating and dancing and dressing and clapping. Should be what do we learn from Professor Kapola? To me, I will pass a message if he was here, because I stayed with him for some time. I was his obedient servant, and he promoted me because he promoted me. I think it was quick promotions. People thought he was favoring me. He was not favoring me, but I think I could follow his line. If you look in his journals, and the journal, I think the living law, you find my articles there on his team. And here, when he started also in Ghana. And I need to tell us, please don't run after money. Run after the profession. Once you build a strong profession, the future for this country will be good. But if you build quack lawyers, this country is doomed. Therefore, this day, we should use this day to remember Professor Kapoza, what he did, not only for this university, but for the country, and remember him for having started this school. And some of you have approached me and said, you want to start a memorial, something like that. A memorial, a memorial. I got frustrated because I said, where will you get enough money to do this? The statute of Kapoza. Because he is such a high person. I am wondering why my parents are not even put a big statue at the university. But I encourage this youngster. They said, yes, if you need, I think it will be a proper thing because the another man called something who started this university, I've been forgotten. I think Professor Nkumba, you should remember the professors here. The professors who are here, who started this university, also started the school of law. There are 3 people who are distinguished Nkumba University. So, those of you who see some of us writing books, textbooks, what, you should know that if it was not, there are people who have studied law, many have studied law, and they remember their mentors and professors. We must do the same. And I think some of us, we should even invite those who did not study under Professor Professor. I don't know whether it's superior or Professor so many people. And something must be done to remember him. That's why I'm telling you, the vice chancellor, that if you spearhead that project, if you show some interest as the head of this university, I think we can support you and make sure that Takoza is permanently remembered at this university. It is not my day, because I think the biggest people in the area, I think she's saying that this man is blaming me. Let me stop here. Wish you a very good day. I have been asked that we should talk about review of books, but I corrected my youngsters that if I post a book, I don't review it. Somebody else reviews it. So I'm not going to do that. And one of my colleagues also has written a book, Cornelius Henry Mukizi. I think I came with some copies here at school, it's displayed here. And he's not here to review his book. And I think Dr. Ismail Weza has written a book, and we are asking to review it, but we also are going to review our books. Somebody should have volunteered to review. If you need to review, too bad. But as for my book, I have got a review by prominent people like Justice Hotel and others. I'll pin something. You can see what the review is about. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senior Council. Let's give him another round of applause. Before I pass on these announcements, this time I'm going to ask you a question. Michael Council. In 1 minute, summarize everyone. Don't summarize, tell me what you learned. In 1 minute, what you learned from Senior Council's submission.
A lawyer is not a lawyer unless he's truthful and just.
Can we give him a round of applause? Before we move on, please allow me to pass on these announcements. For the people that have not been able to come here physically, the link is active, you can use it, it's very active. And Teresa has been held up by Jam, that will be here in 30 minutes. That was then, so maybe they are around 20 minutes now. And then there are books that are on sale. One of them is Legal Practice in Uganda, which is written by Senior Counsel Associate Professor Francis Wenje. If you need it, it's at 100,000 if you are a non-student, and then it's 50,000 if you are a student. Then, Councilor Chibi has also written a book, but it is not here. Then the other book that is here is The Wars in Leadership by Lutakome Imran Chigogo. It's also available at 20,000. Please, in case you need a copy, you can come and get it.
I would like to recognize the presence of our IT specialist and the manager of the Nkumba University Learning Management System, Mr. Joseph Chisachi. Very glad to have you. I would like to recognize the presence of President Emeritus Nkumba University Law Society, Council Isaac Morris. is here, former president of Nkumba University Society. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Obeza, not in fact, she arrived here. It is a shame that she arrived here before any of the participants would arrive, except the organizers. We need really to review our time management. And for us, we shall speak the truth as it is. So what Professor Wendy has said, and it is what Mark Twain said, that he who says the truth does not have to remember anything. Because if it is the truth, even if they ask you after 100 years, you don't have to remember what you said. We recognize the arrival of Dr. Daniel Weza. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this time a person whose job is clearly stipulated in the Tertiary Institutions Act that every university shall have a vice chancellor. It is by legal statute. That is the death of learning. I thought you would clap that. And who but he can invite another whose job is stipulated in the Constitution that the country will have an inspector general government. Professor Jim Yugega, we are here as lawyers, but trust me, what Professor Agoza was to law, he is an emerging person in ICT. What Professor Agoza was to law, Professor Jim Yugega, since he is still alive, I'm sure will be to technology. Let us join ourselves in a standing ovation to welcome the Vice Chancellor of our dear university to give his speech, after which he will invite the guest of honor to present a speech. Professor, we are honored by your presence. Thank you.
The Deputy IGG, Dr. Chan, the Dean, School of Law, Professor Wendy, seated. Okay, Your Excellencies, staff members of Nkumba University, all students attending today, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm here to do something very simple, inviting the chief guest, Deputy IGG, to come and talk to you. But before I invite her, please allow me to say a few things. It doesn't surprise me
that the school of law is what it is right now. After reading from the scripts, listening from the scripts that have been said about Professor Kakoza, and I see one of the mentee, Professor Wenge here, who took on the mantle of the Dean of the School of Law. That's why I'm saying I'm not surprised that the School of Law is what it is. Always leading from the front. And I've always told him, the School of Law is always leading from the front. Just imagine all the other schools that have been in existence at Nkumba University for all those years. Why aren't they like the School of Law? The mentorship provided by one of the best, as you had, I think has led to such a school, and it's always also reflected within the graduates from the school. So thank you so much, Professor Wenge. We thank our father, Professor Kakoza. We thank the entire staff, because even the Deputy IGG was one of you, who was actually teaching here. So you've done the best for Nkumba University. The law school stands out up there, and we are very proud of this school as Nkumba University. When we are talking at least somewhere, we always bring out, we have also a law school, Nkumba University. Because quite good people come out of that school. So, thank you so much for always nurturing these young ones. I always interface with them and we always have a discourse. We know. But I'm always arguing and laughing and having fun with them because I know they are high up there in what they know and what they do. So keep on with the spirit. Keep up there. Represent us. Be the best ambassadors. And I'm sure we shall always be proud of you. One of the last things I have to say is that I also dream of a day when we will see something monumental. That at all times when people look at it at Nkumba University, they remember Professor Kakoza. Let's not just talk about it, but let's move and work towards having it. Dreaming, seeing where you are based right now, and you have this storage structure named after Professor Kakoza, that everybody comes in and welcomes him to the School of Law, talking about Professor Kakoza, and you have that beautiful library, having all these books, especially which were donated by him, right in there to keep his legacy, would be one of the best things that we give to our Professor Kakoza. As I said, we don't want to talk about it, let's leave it, let's work towards it. If all the alumni that have been taught by Professor Kakoza came together with Nkumba University and said, let's get it done and have a block that will forever be named after Professor Kakoza, I think that dream can be a reality. For me, my role is very simple, is trying to lead a group. I will sit down with Professor Wenge, and we'll see what we can actually do. And let's not simply talk about it, we work towards achieving it. That's, for me, once I have that done, at least I will know that that satisfaction has been achieved. I also know the family.
because one of Fred Kakoza is one of my good friends. So he was always up there, Professor Kakoza. And Nkumba University will always miss him. But with Professor Kakoza, Anthony Kakoza here, I'm sure one day the gates are open, wide open, through Professor Mwinje. You are always welcome. You are always welcome, and I'm sure the law students, if you happen to have a chance to be taught by Professor Kakoza, you really get that what you missed from the top head, Professor Kakoza, because it's right here in him. So you really miss it. Whatever you had Paul reading here, the reflection in him coming up. And one day, probably, we should be seeing you also as a judge. And one other thing, probably amongst the other person I want to see as a judge, probably in my life, is Nana, because all his colleagues have been up there. So we pray for you, Professor Wendy. So one day, we want to see all these judges also come back, that in a class, you are seated in a class, and you're having a judge teaching you. Why not? You are passing over knowledge. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to only do a simple thing, sorry for taking too much time, but to invite the Deputy IGG, Dr. Abichan, to come and talk to this gathering. You're welcome. Thank you.
Vice Chancellor, Nkumba University, the Dean, School of Law, my colleagues and classmates, Dr. Daniel Kiesa, and Professor Anthony Kakoza, my colleagues and lecturers at Nkumba University, distinguished student leadership, participants, students of Nkumba University, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Good morning. Hey, I am greeted. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, that's better. I am proud to associate myself with Professor Kakoza because he taught me and he taught my colleagues, Professor Kakoza Anthony and Daniel Mubeza. And during that time at law school, we tried to learn as much from our lecturers. We tried to pick as many tips and principles to help us become good lawyers. And today, I would like to talk about justice and holiness, picking from the life experience with Professor Kakoza. One thing I remember, which I did not get quite clearly in class, was when he was teaching us Introduction to Law. I talked about the statutes in pari materia. Dr. Reza, do you remember the statutes in pari materia? I was totally confused, and I was then not a very social student. I could not ask my neighbors or friends. So after class, I went to his office. I said, excuse me, please come in, have a seat. He had a lot of humility. And I see that humility in his son, Professor Anthony. And he had to take his time to explain to me what the statutes in pari materia meant. And he said these are considered to be in pari materia because they pertain to the same subject matter and they relate to the same individual or things or class of people. up to tomorrow, up to the future, if it exists, I think I'll never the fact that it's very, very important to be a down-to-earth person, the fact that you can humiliate yourself and even explain things better to help other people understand, the fact that you can share knowledge with people. Professor Joseph was happy to be a reserved person, and he rarely spoke in public, by the way, or even private functions. And behind the scenes, he was doing lots of work for this government. Behind the scenes, he did a lot for his country. His work in the field of law did most of the talking for him, and he remained behind the scenes. He remained that reference point everybody could look at for many generations to come. I remember he passed on in October, around 7th of October, when the country was preparing to celebrate independence. And I remember it was a golden jubilee celebrations. So the funeral was not so published. And I kept on saying, but this man, in humility, he has also gone away in humility. So when I walked in here this morning and the hall was empty, it reminded me of that time when we lost our celebrated professor and the country was taken up in preparing for independence celebration. So this funeral time did not receive a lot of attention because of the kind of character he was. Yet his deeds and accomplishments, particularly the region he left behind, the values he imparted on his people, the legal profession cannot be obscured except, especially in the field of law. So when we talk about justice and holiness, and we look at the character, the caliber of the professor we are celebrating, it is a great honor. It is a great honor, and I want to thank the organizers of this event for choosing on me and asking me to come. It was on short notice, and I was like, oh my God, with the work I have on my desk, am I really going to be able to make it? But I thank God for the opportunity he has given me. What stood out from the life of Professor Makosa? He had a honest philosophy. He was a man of honesty. He was a honest man who had a passion for academics. Even when he was appointed judge of the High Court, in his heart remained the passion for academics. And this explains the reason why he probably had to abandon the bench and get back to the academia, get back to teaching. Today we live in a world of broken promises. When people treat their word, they don't take their words seriously. They make promises, we promise ourselves, we make resolutions at the end of the year or beginning of the year, and say this year I'm going to do ABCD. You get assignments and tasks to do, coursework which is required to be submitted in 2 weeks' time, and you procrastinate and keep saying, I will do this on Monday. I will do this on Monday. Before you know it, so many Mondays have passed. And when you look at the life of Professor did not procrastinate. If he told you, I need this assignment on this day, he'll be there ready to receive that assignment. So I think in everything you do, tell the truth. Because if you don't tell the truth, then you feed the habit of being unfaithful. Be a person of your word. Be a person of your word. Professor was a man of his word. If he said, I want to see you at 8:30 or at 8 o'clock, you find him there at 7:45. You find him there before even the time he has scheduled to meet you. So let's be people of our words. If we are going to honor and respect our professor, let's learn I will keep my promises. Many people today say, I will call you back, and they never call you back. I will be able to do this, and they never fulfill that. We will have coffee next week on Friday, and they don't keep that promise. One of the things I learned from Professor Makosa was he was also a person who started his day well. Started his day well, and you know when you start your day well, it all goes well. The entire day goes well. The way you start your day in the morning really matters. What transpires during the course of the day, and what targets you have aimed at achieving during the day. So the way you begin your day determines the way you will live your day. What you do in the first minutes when you wake up really determines how your day was. And I have practiced this over time, and I've seen that when you start your day well, your day is actually successful. Personal experience, I start my day in prayer and devotion. And when you start your day in prayer and devotion, when you prophesy some things about yourself in the morning, when you say, today I'm going to be successful, I'm going to be victorious, I'm going to achieve. Your priorities amidst the tough times. But remember, we say, begin your day well, care for yourself. Don't let stress eat you away. Many people go to church to stay centered. Personally, I begin my day with prayer, I begin my day with devotion, and at 5, I do some exercise. So if you find me running on town streets, don't think I'm a mad person, but I'm doing exercise. And I expect that as students, we're supposed to keep fit, because when you're fit, you're always alert, and you think straight and be able to appreciate life from a different perspective. No matter how busy my life may be, I endure and make sure I ensure that I run some miles every morning just to ensure that my health is okay and that my happiness is not compromised. Regular exercise will not only improve your health as a lawyer in the making or as a law student, but it will help you think clearly, it will boost your creativity and manage the relentlessness of stress that seems to determine or dominate our days. Set goals in your lifetime as a lawyer, get up early as a gift, you give yourself in a bid to improve the quality of your life. You see, when you start your day early, I do not know the times you wake up, but I see the age group here. These are people of Arsenal, Man U. You want to spend a lot of time watching soccer, but I'm not saying don't watch soccer. Set your priorities clear. Because if you have a time for everything, then you will even have time to read and understand and appreciate the Lord. So I can safely say that this is one of the success principles worth integrating in your life. If I give you my story as an LLB student, I started from law school with my colleagues, Dr. Rueza and Professor Anthony. But we had time to do exercise. We had time to reach out, to counsel our fellow students. We had time to attend fellowship and pray together. And that is probably the reason why you see us together here at this function. So it's very, very important. It is the quality of your life now that determines important for you to be able to set your priorities clearly, to manage your time very well. And remember the tip I gave you about rising up early. I don't know your time of rising up is, But when you run in those early morning hours, personally I get to office at 7 in the morning, and it helps me to read and understand and appreciate a number of issues. By the time meetings begin at 9 o'clock, I am okay, I am prepared, I have my notes ready, I am set to contribute to the affairs of the day. So it is very important to manage your time very well. And when you manage your time very well, in the end you'll be very successful. And then as students, as lawyers to be, how you present yourself really matters. How do you present yourself? Most young lawyers today lack confidence and self-motivation. When you ask them a question, everybody keeps thinking, no, John will say it, someone else will say it, he has the right answers, but he or she prefers to keep quiet and sit. Nobody will do it for you, you are going to do it for yourself. I really admire the student leadership because as a student leader, you're building that confidence. I see the ministers, the student ministers here in the future going to be the actual ministers for this government. Because they will have built confidence. So build your confidence. I don't know whether to put this down to our culture or our upbringing, but it's a very, very serious issue. So when you begin your day and say, I can make it, I am going to be able to address my students. I'm going to be able to speak articulately at this particular discussion. I'm going to be able to do ABCD. In so doing, you're building your confidence. I'll give you a little testimony about myself. I used to be that person also who sits back and waits for other people to give the answers. Question is asked, I know the answer, and sit back and say, well, I think someone else will be able to say it. But when I was invited to join the ministering group called the Anglican Youth Fellowship Choir, and we were all singing and testifying and inspiring young students, I built that confidence. When I eventually became organizing secretary, I even managed to build it further. When I started teaching, because at the university I was a hero in training, I found myself addressing cabinet, presenting cabinet memorandums. Where did that confidence come from? But sometimes I would ask and say, hey, Patricia, even you cannot speak to the cream of leadership. Started when I was a student. It all started when I was a young, upcoming lawyer and law student at law school. So build your confidence. In the Bible times, there are people who did not have confidence. If you remember the story of Moses, Moses told God, no, I can't speak. You see, I'm a stammerer. I cannot go and face Pharaoh. He even forgot that it was God who created those lips and gave him the ability to speak. So the opportunity was given to someone else to do it for him, to give him support. Do not let an opportunity slip off your fingers. Now is the time for you to sharpen yourselves and equip yourselves as students and lawyers in the making. Professor Kakoza planted the seed, and that seed should be seen to grow and grow and grow and flourish in us. How you present yourself really matters. It is important for you to keep encouraging yourselves. Many times we listen to what people say to us, or we tell other people, our children, siblings, what to be. Hardly do we talk to ourselves. For about 40 years now, I have been talking to myself and telling me to determine to succeed in everything I do. Recently, I was invited by Professor Boeje to come and teach at the university. And I taught for about 3 months before this appointment, before I was appointed to be the Deputy Inspector General of Government. And when I was invited, I asked myself, but now, you're already a commissioner, a commission member at the Human Rights Commission. Do you really want to reduce at that level? I remember the humility of Professor Kapoor. I said, but now, a whole professor who had studied, who had lots of qualifications, who had been appointed a judge, was able to go back. She was able to I taught equity and some of my students here. So let's keep that fire burning. When you meet, you don't run away. Please say hello. Introduce yourself, because I'm very proud of Cross Path, because it keeps reminding me about the good deeds, about the seeds Professor Kakoza sold us, about how we are able to share that knowledge. Be organized. If you are an organized person, it speaks for itself. A house that is clean from the inside reflects on the outside. Be organized, because a righteous person who wants to promote justice and holiness is very organized. If you're going to promote justice and holiness, it's important to have a plan. It's important to organize yourself. And that this comes with issues like, as a student now, have a nothing as disheartening. Even Nehemiah in the walls of Jerusalem was able to examine the walls of Jerusalem to look for cracks, weaknesses, and himself as an individual. Identify where you need to improve. It could be a weakness. It could be that you're not giving a lot of time and attention to doing the assignments or having your private time to read. I noticed that today most of those students want to be spoon-fed. They need lecture notes prepared for them. They don't want to take notes during class time. They need everything prepared for them. Please find your time, your personal time for personal revision. Have a plan, have a timetable. I know that at this time I'll be doing this, at this time I'll be revising, at this time I'll be interacting, at this time I'll be doing the other thing. So have a plan. It is very important that you, as a student, is known for being organized. And as a person who keeps your word, should have a plan wherever you want to go. You can have a plan now. Somebody was sharing and said, the professor had planned to become a judge. He saw himself having those robes as a judge and works towards it. When you have a plan, you work towards achieving that plan. I know that many people out there have had familiar sayings that I'll do anything. No, you cannot do anything. You have to have a plan and prepare yourself to do it. You should be very clear on what you want to do and make a plan on how to get there. So have a plan. I know that you're all getting prepared to become lawyers. Remember that we are teaching many, thousands of students are graduating. What is that makes you different and unique? What is that skill that makes you stand out? We have talked about humility. We have talked about keeping your word. We have talked about time management. We have talked about being exemplary. So if you can stand out and prepare yourself as someone who is exemplary, someone who does something differently from others, someone who excels, someone who promotes justice and holiness, then believe you me, you're going to be the most successful lawyer out there. Because everybody will want to associate with you because you have integrity, you're a God-fearing person, you're promoting Christian values, and therefore you will not be robbing or cheating your clients when you get to private practice. So have a plan. Always be prepared and pay attention to detail. I was looking at the program and I saw how bad my name was spelled. I looked at the procure, I said, oh my God, these people are now calling me Ochan. I am Patricia Achan Okiria. If you have the program, you see how the name is spelled. Pay attention to detail. When you pay attention to detail, you come up with a perfect piece of work. Even when you're writing assignments, you will not have typos, activity, what value additional research. What is this for? Is it publishable? I need to find someone who has copied and pasted, who has so many typos. We don't discuss it. We don't do a lot of work to find out people's work. Think smart. Think big, start small, but be very smart. Because you know when you're smart, you come up with very creative ideas that are admirable. The late Professor Kakoza, whose life we're celebrating today, was always very, very smart. Thought smart. The way he articulated his issues in class, you see that this professor has knowledge. This professor has prepared himself. And we want to go on and on and on with the lecture. Have the passion for your dream and maintain you maintain it. If you want to be a professor today, have the passion now. Maintain it, start working towards it, start preparing yourself. One time I joked, I was telling, I don't know whether the students in the class here or elsewhere, when I had engaged with the Judicial Service Commission, it was very clear in my mind I was going to become a judge. I began walking like a judge. I stopped buying cameras along the roadside because I knew judges would not do that. I would go to church when I sing the last hymn, I would walk because judges not going to meet with so many people. I waited for the days when I was going to become a judge. You should have seen me that morning when they named the 10 judges and my name was not on the list. That was the day I wanted to do everything I was not doing. That was the day I found myself going to the market. That was the day I kept stopping on the roadside. That was the day I went back to my lifestyle. But what are we talking about? When you have a passion for your dream, you maintain that passion. You remain on that lane. You prepare yourself because God's timing is always the best. God's timing is always the best. God knew that it was not yet time. God knew that you faith, that time would come. Thank you very much. And finally, I just wanted to say that, in righteousness, we are focused. The righteous person, that person who has got a God-fearing culture in him. When you have the fear of the Lord, which is the beginning of wisdom, like it is said in Proverbs 19, you will not be afraid of failure. You will not. Like when I was not appointed judge, I was not, it disorganized me a bit, but I knew but God had another plan. I knew that on the road to success, there are also failures. The road to success is paved with thousands of failed projects and dreams. Like most things in life, there are times when there are setbacks, there are times when you have to do retreat to organize yourself and tell yourself, how can I improve? How can I be a better person? How can I score high in this particular subject? So this, however, should not dissuade you or discourage you from continuously focusing on your goal. Because it's not about falling down, but it's about how you walk again as a focused person. So pick yourself up, organize yourself, re-strategize, and move on. Because in life, the road to success is paved with failures. My own experience when I was in LDC, I think it was a criminal panel. I went into the panel, everybody seemed to be scared because those oral exams would shake everybody else. And then I got there with a lot of human rights in my head, and I was asked a question, a simple question, about this stepmother scolding a child. Then what offenses do you see? Now, in criminal, it's assault occasionally, actual bodily harm. Now, when I was done with the panel, as soon as I stepped out, I remembered the answer, but I could not step back to go and tell them actually the answer to the other question was assault occasionally, actual bodily harm, and not child abuse. Of course, I had to do a supplementary also. But today, as I do my job as commission member or deputy IGG now, is it written on my forehead that I also did supplementaries? It is not written. So when you have that challenge and you get a supplementary, do not begin to blame yourself or get deep. Pick up your pieces and walk. And finally, I think this is now the last finally. Constantly evaluate yourself. Evaluate yourself and evolve. Review yourself. Look at the areas of weaknesses, like we saw the story of Nehemiah. It is important as an holiness, as a student, we are supposed to maintain yourself era where we are attending college. Keep doing moving. I'm not saying as a law student you cannot do a short refresher course. There are so many online courses you can keep doing and keep making yourself relevant. Evaluate and evolve. Evaluation and see where the area those attending a regular Christian Prayer fraternity where they think where we need time to pray, we need to examine our lives. We need time to see the areas where we can improve upon ourselves. For example, if you get to school today without being on the right side of the digital friends, life has become work towards making yourself relevant. You need to work to the qualities that not everybody has. We saw Professor Kakoza standing out as a unique individual. In humility, he did a lot behind the scenes. Today, everybody wants to be on TV, on radio. Professor Kakoza did a lot behind the scenes. What is it that you can do as this upcoming lawyer to promote justice and holiness, to promote ethics and integrity, to promote truthfulness as you do your work? Friends, the life of Professor Kagoza has really touched on our lives, and this should go on and on. I will be very happy to come back next year when we are launching a journal on what people have written in memory of Professor Joseph Kagoza. With those few remarks, I would like to thank you once again for the organization of this activity, and may God bless you and take good care of you for God and my country.
I need to hear. You can take our seats. Yesterday, I'm optimistic. We shall surely start tomorrow. And although you are in a hurry, I hope you take the next 5 minutes to just listen to what our praise, and then you can leave. Ladies and gentlemen, who don't believe in God, and as humans, they are entitled to their freedom of conscience because it is constitutionally protected. But what I had from the three classmates in front of us, including, of course, I have heard from Dr. Okwesa. So thank you, Dr. Chan, and the three of you for being God fearing. What she talked of being easily swayed by others is what Robert Greene was having a market brain. Impacted by every fall of we need to be really focused, as she has underscored. Doctor, the Law Society has not started with us. The Law Society, and we are because they will. Had they not been here, we would not have found this school. They are still right in front of you. They may just stand up and wave to you. Please. These are answers in practice. Dr. Mweza gave me his apologies. Your witness to that, Madam Chief Guest. And we can have a chance to hear from him. The state of legal education in Uganda, perspectives of the law. In his book, it is what typically mine as your major, perhaps he will state on what he means in that. And is the legal education today able preparing
our chief guest, Dr. Patricia Chan Okiya, who is also married to my OB, because her husband and I attended the breaking of the Holy Week.
Even if you don't agree, the outgoing or former deputy IGG, according Honorable Rafael Baku, when I first did my first write-up of a research paper, Honorable, you were very instrumental in that paper when I wrote about the Inspectorate of Government and the question of political corruption. You probably will not remember it, but it was around 2008. I honor you, the Vice Chancellor, President, the Dean, my former student, now lecturer, witness, my fellow colleague in this interesting world we are working, Anthony Kakoza. He and I form a special group called the Three Musketeers. If you want to know more about them, you can find it in the book. It's an honor to be here. I'm going to show you my face and then I'll observe SOPs. In Alafora, I say, let me show you my handsomeness. You guys are a bit so uptight. It's okay. It's okay to laugh. It's supposed to be a joke. I apologize once again for coming late. I communicated to your president and to Dr. Kakoza that I am involved in a process of helping a family relocate into another country for various reasons. And sometimes the processes take different movements. And so yesterday I was told to appear before a certain organization at 10 a.m. And I had the alternative of either saying I'll not come to Nkumba or I'll come late. But I thank President Sharif for allowing me to come late and convincing the important panel here to bear with me. I can confirm that systems are working in this country and that there will be good hope for that family that I am trying to assist. Legal education in Uganda, perspectives of a law done. Clearly, these perspectives are not mine alone because we have very many law dons here and I can only make a small contribution. But before I do, allow me add my voice to those of many that I too sat at the feet of Professor Kakoza, Joseph Mullen, the other is, yes, And there are three things I probably remember. First, the way he welcomed us into the law school and made us feel like we belong there, that we are not just there by error, but that we actually belong. Two, his amazing decision in the case of Aiya versus Aiya. I don't know if any of you have come across that decision. No? Anybody? Ah. If you haven't read Aiya versus Aiya, then I don't know what you're reading in family law. So look for it. I happen to have, I think a copy somewhere, Tony, where he decided on the question of customary marriage. I think it was somewhere in eastern Uganda. A very amazing decision that remains pertinent today. The third thing I remember about Professor Kakoza was the way he used to pronounce the phrase "staredechichis." Staredechichis, he would say. But if you don't know what it is, you already have Google with you. He introduced us to many of these concepts. But the Professor Kakoza I know, or that I remember, was incorruptible, hardworking, and like our guest of honor said, very humble. He also could cook. He could cook, and some of us were privileged through the back door to test some of the meals because we came in as people who had come to discuss with Tony. And we would eat all the cookies that even Mrs. Kakoza would make. But I guess most importantly for me to remember Professor was that he was a family man. And at 8 p.m. every day there were compulsory prayers at his house. And even when we would try to sneak Tony away for other things campuses do, Tony could not join us until after that. No, it was non-legal, it was not illegal stuff. Professor Wendy, it was all good. So that is the Professor Kakoza we come to honor today. An amazing man who did quite a lot for this nation. Today we speak about the state of legal education, and I am honored to be one of those who have had the privilege of participating in education of young and upcoming lawyers. But before I continue, allow me to say, Madam Guest of Honor, we are glad that you are here with us, because earlier this week we had some unfortunate news. I was told that your lead vehicle was totally destroyed, but we thank the Lord who has given you safety, and we continue to pray for safety for you and for the rest of the team that comprises the Inspectorate of Government. We praise the Lord for that. So, legal education in Uganda. Now, when you read the book, I start by talking about the purpose for which education was done in the beginning. The purpose for which education was done in the beginning, generally, was to service an industry that the colonial government was interested in, and that is mainly the civil service. And so lawyers, judges, engineers, and all that were prepared for a specific type of, let me call it lawyering. People that would protect the interests of the colonial government at the time. People that would be able to establish legally the decisions that were being made and to justify and fight for those decisions. So some of the law notes that some of you have come across include conversations around the reception clause, which brought in all laws applicable to the British Empire in Uganda, including laws on piracy, even if you have no access to the sea. But today, the situation has changed. The situation has changed because the world is not static, the world is dynamic. For example, as I was seated next to Professor Wenje, I meant to complain that this, what is this called? This podium, whoever made it and presented it is discriminatory against those of us who are slightly taller. I noticed the guest of honor was taking a lot of time to bend over and read her notes. But that conversation is now the conversation of today because law is now talking about human rights. We are being encouraged to inculcate pedagogies that deal with gender and human rights in teaching. But before that, if you were not practicing or being taught commercial law, you were really on a frolic of your own. I remember in our time, jurisprudence was not compulsory. It had been compulsory before. And many of us were being encouraged by lawyers in the field to emphasize commercial law subjects. But today we are dealing with revenue law and taxation, we are dealing with ICT, we are dealing with computers and the law, we are dealing with international criminal justice, we are dealing with intellectual property, where my colleague Professor Kakoza is an expert. We are dealing with clinical legal education. So the world has drastically changed. It's almost unrecognizable. And even those who are studying law today are not necessarily those who would have done it 10, 20 years ago. People who have all kinds of subjects at A level are being allowed to study the law. And there are certain reasons that have been given for that. But in the first years of legal education in Uganda, it was normally the preserve, and as it still is in USA and Canada, of those who have a first degree in something else. And that is where the whole idea of land frame comes from. People such as the late Lord Denning were experts in mathematics, if I recall correctly. In fact, in one of his family law decisions, Lord Denning uses mathematical calculations to arrive at a decision in family law. That's why you have things like AB versus BC. Why you are trying to protect the identity of the parties. But today legal education has changed. Without being critical, every Tom, Dick, and Harry has access to becoming a lawyer. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry. And of course, with that comes certain challenges as well. Because the powers of analysis, the skill of writing and research may not necessarily be the preserve of many on the one hand. And yet on the other hand, it's interesting to note that some of the first-class degrees that we have received, at least at Makerere University, have come from at least one individual who has a master's degree in engineering, and he's actually a lecturer at University of Makerere as well. And he was able to secure a first class. I remember when I read his script for grading, I could almost swear that he had cheated because he was just excellent. That gentleman is a genius. He's in the papers. You can look him up. Mwesigwa Peterson, amazing man. The current president of the East African Law Society, who also went through Busoga College, Mwiri. Yeah, you know, you have the right to say no, and say things like smart, what? We allow those. Anyway, so current president of East African Law Society, who knows that gentleman? Yes? Yes. Council Bernard Owundo went to Mwiri and studied PCB. Then went to UCU and got a first class degree. And he continues to excel. So sciences, it is true, and other subjects have been allowed, and there have been some good results there. But that does not mean that the story is all glamorous. As Associate Professor Brenda will tell you, we also have challenges with people who have not been prepared adequately or who haven't studied those key subjects that are really essential in our view for well articulation of the concepts that you find in jurisprudence, in constitutional law, in the laws of evidence, and so on and so forth. I was teaching in a certain university, and a student wrote me a short note, and the way she wrote it was as though she was in a conversation with me. Dear sir, she wrote, and so many A's. Do you remember the student who approached you about X, Y, and Z? Question mark. It is I. And then she went ahead to articulate what she wanted. Now, unfortunately, if that was in an exam, that kind of writing would be quite problematic. And would probably not earn you the marks that you are used to. And for those of you who came from senior 6 A level to join the university, you know that there is a paradigm shift from what did teachers say, what are the answers, can I cram the 20 reasons as to why the Ngoni rebellion moved from X to Y, to a place where the teacher is saying, as I've been criticized recently, what is the case for reform of the law of evidence? And you do not know where to begin because you are used to teacher saying, you are used to where is the article where I can Xerox the concepts from and then hand in. So not only are the lecturers going through a paradigm shift because like the master of ceremonies has said, this is a volatile world. It's uncertain. We didn't think we'd teach them before. For example, I teach the law of evidence. And one of the things we talk about is corroboration in cases of sexual offenses. And then while we are still at it, you receive a judgment from the Supreme Court written by Professor Lillian Ekinkubinza Chibatemwa saying corroboration or should not be necessary. That it is discriminatory against women according to SEDO. So a law evidence. International criminal law, for example. We are talking about the way in which the International Criminal Court, has decided to lessen the rigors of evidence as presented. So non-government organizations that have expertise in places such as DRC can come and testify on what we would call hearsay evidence, isn't it? It will be hearsay because you are talking about things they told you. And ideally, in a court where many of our judges would sit, they would easily quash that evidence and say, look for better ways to make your case. But a decision in the ICC becomes very persuasive to a small magistrate's court somewhere in Nkumba. How are you going to convince that magistrate that a decision I know my brother here, Alex, is writing his research for his master's on international criminal court and international criminal justice. You know what I'm talking about. So legal education has changed because we've become international. Professor Kakoza will tell you about computers and the law and the power of the electronic signature today. Yet our Evidence Act, which came into law in, was it in 1906? Somewhere. He's talking about documentary evidence and evidence, what did you call it? You know, the best evidence rule. He who signed must come and say, I'm the one who signed. Now you have the computer, what is this law that was used against Stellanians? Computer Misuse Act. Someone is going to track your laptop to some posting on Facebook and hold you what? Criminally liable. You know? Because that is your Facebook account and because of the words that you have said. So, ideally, the point I am making, ladies and gentlemen, is that legal practice and legal education have changed. The law student of today can no longer be comfortable in the confines of a law library. We must see ourselves beyond the usual. We must see ourselves beyond the confines of Cross on evidence, or Brownlee on family law, or Kiyapi on criminal procedure, and all these other books that we are talking about. The law student must not only be armed with the rules of procedure, but also with the laptop, with the bundle, you know, because now we are serving people court processes using WhatsApp and Facebook and email. And the Uganda Law Society has now passed some regulations, I believe, allowing us to serve each other using email and WhatsApp and Facebook. And there are some decisions from Kenya and these other countries to that effect. Should I ask Tony to come and give you a lecture on that concept as well? You know, on how things have changed. How things have changed. Therefore, the law don and the law student must always be on their toes to ensure that they are well aware of what is going on. Change becomes the only constant, like I write in the book, quoting Heraclius, who wrote something like 5,000 years BC, that the only constant thing is change. The only constant thing is change. Right now we have degree holders from South Africa, India, Madagascar, name it, who all want to come to Uganda and join the Law Development Center. I happen to represent the Uganda Law Society on the Committee on Legal Education and Training of the Law Council. And every day, well, not every day, every month when we sit, we are considering applications of people who have sat and passed law degrees from different spaces. And therefore, the amendment of the law remains very important for us to remain relevant as a nation. Otherwise, some of our best brains are going to be drained away to Kenya and all these other spaces. So if we want them, we also need to change the way we are doing things. We can no longer remain rigid. For example, Professor Christopher Mbazira has done his master's degree and his PhD from South Africa. But somebody who's done a law degree in South Africa is not allowed to practice law or to enter LDC because South Africa is still considered Roman Dutch law. So there is a bit of some inconsistency there. You can teach and do research with your degree and earn from that as long as it's master's, PhD going forward. But if you have the first degree from South Africa, right now you are not eligible to qualify to join LDC. That is beginning to change. There are some regulations that have been passed to enable that to happen. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, one of the recent criticisms I received and I shared, I think, with Dr. Kakoza was that the book I wrote is, what did they say, pseudo self-help and of no legal help to us. But I can testify that most of the progress we have made as lawyers today are based on the concepts in that book. Mentorship, your network, because you see, you might have even a very good upper class degree, and you don't even have anybody to recommend you to do further studies. Very good degree, even if it's a first class. You will still need Professor Mwenje to say, I know so and so, I know Sharif, I taught him. He is a good student and is worthy of the scholarship or the position. If you don't have that person, if you don't have those people in your network, you struggle. All the jobs I have received, all of them, where I've worked, even coming here today, is because of networking. The other day, I received a recommendation to be able to do a certain court case. And you know what the qualifications were? Not that I am, not that it's not that they didn't work, that there are no other lawyers. They're saying, we are looking for an honest lawyer. Honest. They were not saying, does he have a PhD, a master's, is he? No. We only want somebody you can recommend who in your view cannot be compromised. Now, you need people to know you are honest. You know? You need people to know you are honest. Because work is recommended in our legal profession. They say, if you are looking for a person X, talk to so and so. Right? So mentorship, your network is your network. But I guess number 3, which will be my ending shot, will be there is something called grit. Grit. The ability to hold on and last the long miles. The ability not to give up, as Gayaza High School said. By the way, Gayaza High School produced a very good lady who looks after me every day. You have been able to decipher that. Very good. Grit is the ability to say, I am going to do this course until the end. And the law degree is not a short course today. It's 4 years. of battering from Professor Menje, Kaponza, and all these witness and others. And if you're lucky, you can survive them. Sometimes with injuries, sometimes with a few injuries. Then you go to LDC. In those days, there was a pre-entry exam to LDC. Nowadays, it has been removed, but I think you saw what happened last time. When they removed the pre-entry and opened the floodgates, To an extent, yes, everybody can now access, but you've seen what happened. I speak as a member of CRET in that regard. But even LBC is not a joking subject. Or like the Indians say in a certain comedy, is not rice plate eating. LDC is Taj Mahal constructing. Does anyone here know Taj Mahal? Huh? How many? Let me see. Taj Mahal. There are only 3, 4. Now you're all saying all of you. You just Google Taj Mahal and you see. Compare rice plate eating with Taj Mahal constructing. The architect who designed the Taj Mahal, the Maharaja, chopped off his hands so that he doesn't do any design like that again. The Taj Mahal forgot the ideas like a brain. So then you go through LDC. But even after you've gone through LDC, you needed to have done certain things as well. Have you taken any responsibility anywhere else? Did you serve? Even if you served as an usher for the Law Society in Nkumba, you can put it on your CV. Does any lecturer know you? Have you done any social activity of any sort? Have you made a difference in your community? These days, employers are not looking for the class of your degree alone. No. Actually, this Tony was showing me, I've seen it in other spaces. When you write your CV, you start with what you can do. Then your qualifications come at the very end. At the very end. So legal education has changed, and so should we all change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Victor. Let's give him another round of applause. Back to someone. Yes, again. We have an assignment for you.
Thank you.
The same like the first one I gave you. What have you learned from the minutes that we have had here?
This last statement.
Which was?
With education has changed. The standard of law must evolve.
Exactly, and from that, okay. Can we give him a hand clap? He has passed graduation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Weza. I first applied to join Nkumba University Law School in 2012. Then I was told there were no spaces for people who did independent. But trust me, I am not Dick, Tom, and Harry. You're not glad to do that. Why are people so jealous? So, we are going, as I said earlier, I have hours for making the program. We shall have a short speech from a member of the Nkumba University alumni. I think this is the first kind of arrangement where we have called them back to their roots, and we cannot deny them an opportunity. But very brief. We had a very long time allocated for you, but We know as practicing advocates, you are not in charge of your own time. The courts are. So we excuse you as your apologies came in a bit early. Then after that, we shall have an auction.
I also do honor my lecturer, Council Council Witness did teach me law of contract and land law. And Professor Wende did teach me law of torts. And I remember in the coursework, I got 0.80 out of 30. And I was seated next near where Professor Wende was standing. So he said, let me see your paper. When you get 0.8, you don't want to show anybody. So he said, let me see your paper. I held on to the paper. But then later on I said, okay, let me give it to him. So he looked at it, he said, hey, this is going to be a retake. But Professor Wende didn't get a retake. I made sure I actually had to borrow notes. I got notes from someone from the Law Government Center, gave me some notes. I read through those notes and I got 60 in that paper at the end of that time, the semester then. So I really thank God that I graduated from Nkumba to be an alumni of this great university, and I'm humbled to meet the students of the Law Society. I'm here in four capacities: as an alumni of the Nkumba University School of Law, as a former member of the Law Society Executive. When I was at law school, I was the speaker, School of Law, but I was also the chairperson of the Nkumba University Law Students Fellowship. So I was the chairman for all the 4 years I was at campus. And during those days, as chair, yes, constitutionally, because I was looking through and there was nobody who was attending. Yeah, but as chair, then our fellowship grew from just 2 members. We were just 2, with someone called Justice
So the fellowship grew to about 100 meters later on. I'm also a former lecturer. I was given some chair by Professor Wendy to lecture, and I had the privilege, I think, of lecturing some of you who are probably here, and I'm very thankful for that opportunity. While at Nkumba, of course, I also served in the guild government. I was a minister for state, and sports, in secretary. And one thing I remember is that even if the prayers, the Nkumba Christian Union had fellowships every day, I did not go for the fellowships every day. I said, because these fellowships are conducted in the night hours, and these are the times when you're supposed to be in prayer, reading in the library. So I did, as a prayer secretary, what I would do, I would go and pray, open the fellowship, and leave to go and read books. And I think that explains why I performed very well. But also I remember, every after prayer, we had a prayer court down there. Is it still there? Where we would go and pray, I think, at the field, the other side. Every after prayer, at 10. After 10, we would go pray, maybe up to midnight, and then we'll go back to have our rest. So I participated in leadership at all levels. I became a very committed Christian because of the opportunity that Nkumba gave to students to practice religion of their choice. I hold an LLM from the University of Dar es Salaam, and I also did some training in the European Union law. My LLM is focused on the East African economy, the East African law, and the law of regional economic integrations. So I'm here to inspire someone, but I'm also here to celebrate the legacy of our late professor. The late professor did teach me in the year 2010, and I think those were some of almost his last years of being active in service. The memory of Professor Joseph brings to mind the works of a man who lived an excellent life. He always wanted his students to be punctual. You couldn't be late in his class. If you were late, he would tell you to go back and get back tomorrow and come early. He was very organized. He always wanted you to dress professionally if you are coming for his lectures. So I hope that people still dress professionally as they go for lectures. Is that so? Okay. Okay, so I do encourage you to do that. You have to come with written notes to his class because he would actually move and check through to find out if you had handwritten notes before his class. I don't know whether that is the current practice, but you have to read the cases and summarize them in your book before you actually come to class. He was also a committed Christian, and I must say, because when I was here, I was an evangelist. I tried to preach to him, to recruit him in the born-again faith. And he told me we should continue the discussion over and over. I also remember preaching to Professor Brady. Maybe Professor Brady doesn't remember. But I asked him for a lift, and I said, "Oh, Professor, I'm going to town." In actual sense, I wasn't going to town. I'll go to town and come back. So I told him, "Professor, I'm going to town. May I have a lift?" You know Professor's cars, very, very coachy cars. So he said, "Okay, let's go." So reaching around Kadias there, I started preaching to him and telling him, "You know what, you must get born again and all these things." And he told me, "You seem to know what you're talking about. Let's have an appointment and continue this discussion." How do you succeed at school, at university? Or of course, all the pre-current speakers talked about this, but you must have a vision and you must have a dream. The Bible says in Habakkuk chapter 2 and verses 3 that write your dream down
so that those that read your dream may run. That the dream is yet for an appointed time, even if it doesn't come to pass, but surely at some time you will see it. So you must have a dream as a law student, always visit the library. You will not get a bonus if you don't visit the library. Do not rely on photocopies. Please visit the library and make your own opinion through reading literature. Gain some experience through internship. I know that the law school has this program. Make sure you find somewhere to intern. We did intern when we were here. Also, when I was at law school, I used to volunteer with some organization in Entebbe every Saturday. So you can find somewhere to volunteer, engage in research, learn how to write articles. I learned how to write articles while I was at law school. There's a notebook there. You can write and pin it, and people will read. You can write and photocopy and give people your article, and they will read and they will make you better. Aim at continuing your studies. A degree alone is not enough. Today, people are looking for people who are trained in different aspects. Look for scholarships. There are so many for masters online. You can check, there's DAAD. Actually, that one is the one that did sponsor me for masters. There are others. There are many scholarships at the University of Pretoria on issues to do with human rights. So you can check out. I think with Pretoria it is every year. Develop your job placement skills. In other words, learn how to write a CV, learn how to write a cover letter or an application letter. Don't leave law school without knowing to do these things. Even as CEO of the Christian Lawyers, we always get students coming to do internship, and you ask them for a CV or an application, and they can't express themselves. So learn these skills when you're still at university and make yourself better. The other thing that I want to emphasize is respect the university staff and university property. When I was here, I did not participate in a strike, whereas there were strikes at that time. But I did not participate in any strike, neither did I get a stone to stone any university property. So when you're here, please respect the university, respect the staff, and respect the university property, because this property costs a lot of money and investments to have. Even when I was going for further studies, it was actually Professor Mande who gave me a recommendation. But that is because he knew me, he saw me at law school. So I encourage you to respect your staff and always feel free to come if there's any area where you need assistance. Of course, I should be excused. Mr. Adam Chirumira called me, criminal law. Please clap for Mr. Adam. One thing I love about Mr. Adam is that he never missed any lecture. He was always here. So, Mr. Adam, thank you very much. And he loves students. That is very key. And finally, I want to encourage you, those of you who subscribe to the Christian faith, and consider becoming a member of the Christian Lawyers Fraternity. Membership is only 25,000 for students, and those at LDC is 50,000. So I encourage you to become a member and be an associate of this great fraternity that brings together over 500 lawyers in Uganda, and we are also engaged in legal aid. Uganda Christian Lawyers regional offices in Gulu, in Arua, in Kasese, in Madiokolo, in Terego, and we are offering legal aid. So I encourage you to sign up and become a member. There are many opportunities. You'll get an opportunity to be mentored by people like Dr. Rosa. The dean is out, but let me pass my message through Mr. Adam. We need to interest Dr. Rosa to come and teach at Nkumba. I have tried to interest Professor Kakoza, but he has been telling me, John, too much work around. But let's continue praying. We hope he will come back because he was here before. Of course, I the guest, the chief guest to come and lecture, and I'm happy that she actually came. Finally, the Nkumba, our fraternity, the Uganda Christian Lawyers Fraternity, has published some journals. This journal, the copy is 50,000, and one of the editors, we have Dr. Daniel Wenza, who is here. We have Dr. Olive Sabiti, who is the Vice Chancellor of Cavendish. We have Dr. Chan Patricia Okiria, who has just been here. Mr. Ernest Kashoria, myself, and Madame Viola Navawanda. Madame Viola Navawanda is just there. She's the executive assistant to the CEO at UCLA. And the editor-in-chief is right here with you, Professor Anthony Kaponza. So you need a copy, you need to buy a copy of this book, and I think after this, Madame Nyangoma will be at the door there, the person right next to me here, will be at the door registering those who need a copy of this law journal. The advisory board of this law journal is Professor Lilian Tibatema Echirikubinza, Professor Frederick Semperwa, and Dr. Roslyn Kambonjo. So this is the law journal from the Uganda Christian Lawyers Fraternity, and I encourage you to get a copy. The copy goes for 50,000, but of course I'm also going to interest Professor Bwenje to buy some few copies for the library, though I'm going to hand over one copy to him as an alumni of this institution. Professor Bwenje, I ask you to receive this Uganda Christian Lawyers Fraternity law journal, and the editor-in-chief is right here, Professor Kapoza, and Dr. Weza is also one of the editors here, and I'm also one of the editors. So let's hand over. So school to get may God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming and for being present. He was my lecturer in year 1.
What did he lecture?
He was teaching me law development. Yeah, that one. But thank you so much for being present and for honoring our invitation. Before we move on, we would like to recognize the presence of Madame Catherine Nyamoma. She's from Uganda Christian Lawyers Fraternity. And then Madame Viola Navawanda, she's also from that Uganda Christian Lawyers Fraternity. And then, for those of you who are not here in the start, we have a book written by Dr. Roheza. We don't teach that at the university. This copy is available for 35,000 Uganda shillings. And then there is also the law of evidence in Uganda, written by Counsel Cornelius Henry Muchini. You can get a copy at 70,000 if you are a student. If you are a non-student, it's at 100,000. Then we also have the Words of Leadership by Lutakome Imran Chigongo. It's at 50,000. Yes, thank you for that.
Legal practice in Uganda, what is the price?
Legal practice in Uganda, the price is 50,000 Uganda shillings for students, and then 100 if you're a non-student.
Okay. The lawyer is a reader, let us manage it. Because of public demand, we are having 3 questions addressed to Dr. Daniel Weza. These questions, if you want to thank him, wait for him during lunch. If you have a question, address your question in very few words. You will send those to us. Please, if you have a question, we don't have forever. I have had cluttering of plates somewhere, and you know what that does to attention.
Anyone with a question?
Thank you so much. I'm privileged to have this lockdown to have brought Professor Daniel Rwanda's book. And I'm also privileged to have books. As a student, I've tried writing. I already have my poetry book ready. However, I want to ask Dr. Rweza. He became a professor, a doctor in law at a very young age. If you look at him, he has his classmates around here, three of them. I want to ask him what drove the friendship between him. Dr. Achan, Dr. Akoda, how can we, how come our Nkumba
Those are three ways to there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
What? Lester is my name. I'm also a student here. I'm going to ask Dr. Reza, and if I say it badly, I'm sorry. I only do that every time I'm trying these terms. I was also privileged to have read your book when I was born. I read the book. On top of that, I am not here, sorry. Now my question is,
question.
one of my about it today. The question therefore is, as a doctor or a role model, you've seen the problem, you've highlighted the problem. What steps are you taking wherever you are, at whatever level you are, to see that the problem is addressed? Thank you.
Thank you. The other question is this side.
I wanted to give them an opportunity to speak.
I allow 3 people, and that one will be the last.
Thank you very much. My name is Imran Chimamuru Takome, MD School of Law. My question is very simple. We have consistent systems that we do every day. What do you do every day that can lead me to achieve those aspirations that I have? Thank you very much.
One was already saying he has started earlier, but he will answer. I'll have the privilege to ask the last question, and Doctor, I will ask it when you are looking at me. In your book, you said it's important to take a personality test. Some authors, like Stephen R. Covey in 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, argue that achievement is not personality driven,
I also recognize the presence of Professor Anthony Kakoza. I also recognize the presence of Dr. Reza Daniel. They are all part of UCLF. I recognize our lecturers. Thank you so much for honoring this wonderful day. Uh, well, a lot has been said about the late Professor Kakoza, and one of the eye-catching characters or character is the character of integrity. And I see that in Professor Anthony Kakoza. We once had a retreat, UCLF retreat, and something really struck my mind. He said that he was given upper bachelor's degree, upper class, second upper, and there was message that those who had upper, there was some technical problem, there was something. So they were told to take back their transcripts so that they can change them to lower division. And he himself took, his transcript to be changed to the lower division. Who of us can do that? I was really amazed that really that shows that he is a man of integrity. So our task is really simple. Allow me hand the mantle to my colleague to take on this role. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama Sharon. Protocol observed. Our dear guests, we are so honored that you're here today with us as we are celebrating our Lawyers' Day. My name is Joseph Nsereko. I'm the 27th Guild Academic Affairs Minister. And today I'm here with Mama Sharon to lead an auction that is going to happen now. Well, the objective of the auction, first and foremost, we want to establish a monument for Professor Kakoza at law school, because Professor Kakoza is honored as the founder of law school in Nkumba University. And because of his efforts and because of what he did, we need a monument that will make us remember him always and forever. We have gifts. They won't be disclosed to you now, but you never know, there might be land titles or even tickets to a vacation. So we shall auction them. And whoever wants to take these gifts, there are two gifts. I'm saying there might be titles to land or tickets to a vacation in another country. So our budget for the monument is 7 million, and whoever wants to contribute through auction is welcome. So Mama Sharon will handle the basket for the monument, for the contributions, and I will be the first one to contribute. But well, if I contribute, say I contribute 10,000, then the next person is not supposed to contribute less. Actually, it should be by 5. If I contribute 10, then the next one should be maybe by 15, something like that. We don't have the highest amount, but for starters, we can make it maybe 2 million for the price. So whoever wants the price should at least raise to 2 million. Thank you so much. I'll be the first one to auction with 1,000 shillings. Thank you so much. Anybody who is willing to take our gifts?
Are we allowing him to take the gift at 1,000 shillings? Yes, so if we are not allowing
1,000 shillings. Mr. Fred, are you allowing him to take a gift of 1,000?
Okay, dear fellow students, please let's contribute.
So,
Auctioning.
Mr. Muwez has something to say.
This is coercion. I have nothing to say.
And Attorney General, will you allow Mr. Joseph to take this gift at 1,000? Do you have something to say?
Excuse me? Excuse me, Mama? Okay, see you when I come back here.
We are contributing 40,000.
You know, the language of law is technical and specific. I thought of an auction, but what is being done is not an auction. Do you mean an auction? Because people are ready for an auction. Or are you collecting contributions? What is the first gift to the auction? This one is the ticket? Okay. In here is a ticket to vacation abroad. Which is 1,000 is not for lawyers. We cannot be here remembering the life of Professor Kaboza and we start auctioning things at 1,000. No. We shall not insult the memory of such a great person. So, the starting price would be 20,000. A ticket to vacation. When you raise the offer, 20,000, Garanga box.
So it's now 25. I want to take it at 25.
You want to stay it at 25. 25 going. Yes, Ernest? First consideration is no consideration. Does the rule apply? Yes, Ernest. He's taking and limited. Limited going. I need the list of the people who are pledging, Mama. Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, the vacation activity. Yes? Excellent, Amagwe.
But I'm sitting next to ministers. If I don't get a ticket, then these people are wrong. You can't manage the state of then they will ask you. I want to go and study leadership from abroad.
Excellency, we already have a step of PPT, so they are going to raise. To how much? Yes.
So I find you 60,000.
Oh, okay, thank you for the question. His Excellency Anabule is hereby fined 60,000 notes as a step, in addition to the 30 he has contributed, which is 90, and is still yet to make his step. Still at 50,000. 50,000 going once. Come on, a trip. You are letting a trip go at 60,000 at 50. 50,000 going twice. Nobody. Offer of 50,000 for the ticket is hereby accepted. If sold. They are not making my job any easier. What is in here is classified. Very classified. Only for the eyes of he or she that will buy. Mama, what is the starting step? 50. Classified starting at 50. Kasogaram, let's come out of you. Defeated already, the chief guest was saying it is not about how many times you fall, but about how many times you are able to pick yourself up. And Dr. Professor was talking of grit, grit. So, gather your confidence and make a bet. Last night, 50. The timetable included in the potential buyers. Classified 50. Yeah. Even if it was a matchbox that you bought in the honor of Professor, it would be 1 week. 50. Going once, ladies and gentlemen. It is classified. You have my name open at the end of the day, or immediately after the Bible? At the end of the day. But of course, after they have them here. Why? Because it is classified. Classified, okay. Classified is 50. Professor Wood. Councilor. It's heavy meat, something will be gold. One feeling the weight it will be gold. 50 going twice. You don't believe in classified things. Classified things. 50 going 3 times. Solid. Oh, it's already solid. You cannot go back now. What? That was Dr. Chinese advice. Please. the minister in charge of food, if there is such a ministry, I would like to talk to you. The people at the desk, I saw some guests arrive. I don't have their names here, and I would love to have them. Is this the name? Since I'm not getting the names, I can invite Dr. Okweza to answer the questions. And for correction, Doctor, the book of Robin Stewart Ikoze is Performance, Secrets of Successful Behavior. Yes, I give you the title. Performance, Secrets of Successful Behavior. Doctor?
All right. Thank you very much. When you read the book that I wrote, I'm going to start with the question of personality test. When you read the book that I wrote, I think chapter 1 is very critical. Would you prepare to understand? Chapter 1 of that book, I think, is most critical. In order for you to make a difference, you must start by understanding what it is you're dealing with. For you to do anything, you must have a study of what it is you're going to do. When you're going to make or to have your suit tailored, you tailor the suit according to the length, isn't it? To the measurements. So, for example, for this suit I'm wearing, I needed to buy 4 meters of material in order to be able to know that this would be enough for me. The worst thing one can do is to start having a suit tailored with only half a meter. So you must understand what it is you are targeting to do first before you go on to the journey of doing it. Most of the world generals first have to study what it is they are going to, who it is they are going to fight before they begin the journey or the preparations on who is my enemy. So in chapter 1 of the book, I go on a journey of trying to help us answer the question, who am I? Because before you deal with changing yourself, you must know who you are. You must know who you are. I know Professor Kakoza's character. I also know his personality. I also know mine. Now, if there are certain things you want to achieve in life, you need to know that I am of such a disposition. These are my strong points. These are my weak points. Right? The idea of taking a personality test is that it helps you
to appreciate what kind of, let me call it, material you are made out of. If you want to become a comedian and you are of a very your disposition is such that you are an introvert, you need to know who you are first of all, and what mountain you must do what? Climb to make the difference that you want to make, first in who you are and then in others. One of the things I talk about later in the book, in around chapter 8, I think, or 7, I talk about emotional intelligence. The best test of emotional intelligence is under pressure. I was at LDC with Tony and with our chief guest. At LDC, when everything about you is pressed and squeezed, that is when you see people in our year, someone died, the year before someone died, because of the pressure. That's when you see ladies that you have done 4 years of law school with suddenly becoming violent or losing it, short-tempered, etc. Because you're under pressure. Therefore, the personality test just helps you appreciate who you are. Just to know who you are. It is not the only thing that determines whether you'll be a success or not. But remember, the chapter is about who am I, first of all. And I talk about the different personalities that are there. Remember, they are not cast in stone. But secondly, it is true. We need to know what kind of character we are. But the idea is, having known your personality, having known your character, having known what you value, having known what your vision is, your purpose, your mission, etc. After you know all those things, then the idea is the dream that I have before I die. I remember when we were doing legal practice, Tony, you may not remember this, but you said, because we worked in the same law firm as we started our careers. And I remember Tony telling the bosses that he's passionate about research. And they were surprised, about it. But research has made him who he is today. Now, if he did not know the things he values, the things he's passionate about, it becomes difficult for you to do anything about it. The other thing that I will tell you, and I'm sorry for using him as, he is my easiest example since I don't know many others around here. When we were at campus, because he is a soft-spoken person, Dr. Kakoza took a class in speech making. Do you remember? In the Faculty of Arts. He took a class in speech making so that he can account for the, let me call it, the lacuna that is natural for him. So that is the idea behind getting to know who you are. That by understanding who you are and juxtaposing it with what you want to achieve in life, you begin to make specific and strategic actions. You start taking those actions to enable you accomplish that thing you want. For those of us who are here who've done master's degrees, we needed to ride on the backs of elephants. The elephant that witness rode on is called Honorable Justice Michael Semper Lugaisi. Is that where you did your clerkship from? Yes. She was my student, but I also knew Justice Lugaisi from another place. And I got to know that that is where she was clerking from. because you want to go somewhere, you know that there is somebody there who can help you. I told you when I was doing my first research on the IGG, the IGG at that time was Honorable Raphael Baku. And I remember going to his office, and I thank you, Honorable, for giving me time. Because those of us who do research, we know that sometimes you go to an officer and he says, I'm busy. And your research stalls because you can, unless you change the topic. You know? Unless you change the topic. And because of that, Honorable, having written on the IGG, I never became IGG, but I know that I got opportunity to do further research in corruption and later on to work with other institutions as a result of that. So we need to ride on the backs of elephants, but also getting to know who you are, your value system and all the things helps you then to be able to say, okay, this is my weakness. Who can help me? And then you go and pursue that thing. Yeah. And I agree that it may be true that achievement is not necessarily what you are, but what you can do. Yes. But for you to be able to do, you must know who you are. If I want to become a lawyer, I must know that I need to study the law. I do not know the law. So if I want to know the law, let me first study it, clear that gap, and then that is how I'll answer it. So I don't necessarily disagree with these authors. I just think that we need to know both our character as well as our personalities, so that you have a holistic understanding of who you are to achieve the things that you are seeking out to do. What do you do every day so as to get the aspirations you have? So it depends on who you are. For example, if you want to write a book, you must write something at least every 2 days. Or at least every week, there must be something you write down. If you want to teach, you must be the kind of person who every day is looking for knowledge that you can teach. If you want to be good at what you do, you must be the kind of person who is not proud to ask for information and for help. You know, one thing you learn when you get into the legal fraternity is that there is a lot of consultation that goes on. Yesterday I met a client, and the client was telling me, I read your legal opinion, it was very good. In my mind, I could count the number of people I had what? Consulted to come up with that legal opinion. Consulted so and so, I remember I consulted so and so. This former student gave me a certain section of the Companies Act to look at, so and so, so and so. I remember some of my notes and my training to come up with a legal opinion. So, I think for us to be able to achieve anything, we must do something about it every day. So it depends. If you want to be a sportsman, like we were reading about Usain Bolt, you have to exercise every day for a specific number of hours. I forget the author who talks about the 10,000 hour rule. That for you to become an expert, you must have expended 10,000 hours at that thing in order for you to be an expert at what you are doing.
Robert Green, Minister.
Robert. I did, I remember becoming passionate about constitutionalism when I was in my first year. And it is what I teach today. I can, by and large, go into a classroom and just talk about constitutionalism without necessarily referring to my notes. Without necessarily. Not that I cannot, that I don't read the notes, I do, because I am not a superhuman, but because I've done it so many times over and over and over. Professor Kakoza now is a consultant with the World Trade Organization. World Intellectual Property Organization. Why not? Again, in 2 weeks' time. 2 days, 2 weeks. 2 weeks, yes. It's always nice, but doesn't buy me chocolate. Anyway, but for him to do that, he did something to do with intellectual property for his master's. He did something about intellectual property rights, some connection for his PhD, because it was in US, it was an SJD. He's been teaching the thing. He's been practicing with the law firm, CP Law, for a long time, that is dealing with that same stuff. Now he's heading a department in Yencha Kihika that is on intellectual property. So you must like what you do and put in some hours every day, generally. Now, when I say every day, it's also a misnomer. Because the truth is that sometimes it's Sunday and you are also going to church and you want to touch work. I think the most important thing is to say there must be some form of consistency in the thing we are passionate about. I don't know if that helps. I consult a lot. I read bits and stuff all the time. I am, if you give me information, for example, I don't throw it away, I keep it, because I know I will need it at some point in time. So I keep it. And I think that's the story of many of us in that regard. Legal education by, we call it Honorable Garang. So Garang, if I understood you, you say, what am I doing to address the lacuna as an individual? Right. So first of all, when people like your president Sharif, is it Sharif? Yes. When Sharif calls me, I rarely refuse, because I know education happens quite a lot outside the lecture room. A lot of education happens outside the lecture room. So I teach, I mentor, I participate in advocacy. Under UCLF, we've done some advocacy work. But sitting on the committee for legal education and training has given me a great opportunity to engage with law dons, especially deans and principals of the School of Law, of schools of law, so that we can unravel these challenges. So when you're seated at the Law Council, you're able to speak to those who make policy, and also do some research that will inform policy. But I also participate a lot in my former school, and that has also opened doors for me. At some point, I was on the board of governors of my school, and so those opportunities of responsibility, and I never shun opportunities of responsibility. Sometimes they look stupid, unnecessary, time wasting, but you can never know how much you can influence when you are there. So CLET, that is the Committee on Legal Education and Training, advocacy under UCLF, writing, engaging in conferences. We do a lot of conferencing, by the way. A lot of conferencing. Because that's when you meet the ministers, that's when you meet the secretaries that are in charge of X, Y, and Z. And then I also involve myself in other fora. There are quite a number of fora that deal with education generally, and sometimes legal education in particular. Some of the fora we have
that may not necessarily be directly related to legal education are forums where we speak with members of parliament. I remember one time Law Council appeared before the Committee on Legal Education, the Committee on, what is that Committee of Parliament on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, yes, chaired by Honorable Oboto, yes. Yeah. And that time we were discussing LDC. And I remember I did warn and said, look, yes, right now, it seems convenient to remove the pre-entry and say let everything be sorted out at the center. But we actually transferred the problems to the center. The next thing, the whole media was lambasting the center, but forgetting that there are certain issues we needed to deal with somewhere else. But that conversation still continues. Professor Wenje the other day came with other law dons to the committee. We've had like 4 or 5 engagements trying to address some of these challenges, you know. And the truth is, the policymakers, the committee heads don't know everything, you know, and we cannot do this thing alone. So all of us must come. But lastly, I've been advocating for what we call a think tank. When you do research, China, America, all these Israel, all these countries that seem to be doing quite well have think tanks. And think tanks are just heads seated together, just discussing and thinking through. So by the time China comes up with certain innovations, the amount of brain power that has been invested over the years is different from here when we are reactionary. Oh, what has happened? Let's do this. What has happened? Let's throw money at it. No. There is a lot that takes. Nkumba Law Journal, I think we can engage lecturers, we can engage practitioners, your alumni. We have now expertise at Makerere. We can come in and advise you what to do. Makerere Law Society has been releasing a law journal, but instead of the print, which is quite expensive, they've gone online. You do it and you publish it online. I think we've done the same for us at UCLF. We have a few printed copies, but then we've also gone online. How did we become friends? I think, like Garang said in the book, your network is your network. I always tell my students, and I'll tell you again, if you look around you, your potential wives and husbands are seated right next to you. The truth is, many of you, at least there will be a couple that is going to come out of here. A minimum of 3 or 4. One of my former students has invited me for a kuhim dinner, a traditional wedding ceremony. And I said, but I don't know the guy. And he said, no, he's your former student, he's called so and so. He said, I told you guys I used to laugh. So those who are laughing here, oh, you're pretending to be very serious. Your spouse or spice is around here. So we became friends by breaking these oh, I am an OB of this school, I don't interact with the other school. I belong to this tribe, I don't interact with other tribes. We ignored that. Tony is from Buganda, Ophelia is from, is it Lango? Yeah? I am from Fort Poto, Chenjojo. Honorable Raphael, I think he's from Marua or somewhere. I mean, Wenje, let me keep quiet because he's an in-law. Witness, I know her story, and she can testify that what I'm saying is true. How did we become lecturers? Tony, how did you become? For Tony, it's easy. He was inspired by his father. For me, I don't know, but I think what normally happens is that in your heart, getting to know who you are, chapter 1 of the book, you want to leave a legacy. You want to make a difference in life. And when you think about it carefully, you see that you can never make a difference without reproducing yourself in others. You know? What do I mean? There are certain values I hold. The easiest way for those values to be passed on is when you get into spaces like this and you're given the microphone and you speak. The truth is, many times we walk away thinking we're being of no impact. Until a few years down the road, someone says, "You came to Nkumba the other time and this is what you said." And it sounds like it's something you had said, because by then you have forgotten. So that is why I lecture. But also, I love knowledge as an individual. I just love information. And you know, when you have information, you are not selfish to keep it to yourself. You want to do what? Share it with others. When I did my master's, I came with all my books and I taught, new things. I remember when I finished LDC and I went to UCU, I went with my files of LDC. You know how bulky they are. And you're telling people, this is the stuff you're going to find at LDC. One of the students said, "I won't photocopy that stuff." I said, "It's okay, but you're going to find it there." And I'm like, just pre-warning you. Otherwise, I could have taught just the basics and gone away. So, a desire to share knowledge, a desire to leave a legacy behind, a passion generally to collect information, and I guess your personality and character. Also add all this together to be either a lecturer or have a leg like we do in legal practice, and things like, even what inspires us to be lawyers. This is it. Actually, for me, my best moments of my legal career is the day I represented my mother in a court of law. It was priceless for me to argue her case before the magistrate. I mean, how much payment can I get for that? So the lady who raised me. Or to write a letter in response to some claim against your parent. Priceless. That one you can't even pay me money for. So I don't know if that answers the question. Legacy. I think legacy is important for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Priscilla, please. And around, I think, in the book, Dr. writes that his mission is to influence 10 million younger people. I think I read it somewhere in the book. Yeah. And that will solve the problem. What do you think? Yes, Priscilla. Announcement. Uganda Christian Lawyers Fraternity will on the 26th of November host a virtual news convention hosting the First Lady of Uganda. A few selected leaders will be live in the State House to attend the function, but it will also, as it has been said, virtual. So those who are interested, you can register and register with the Mama Amanio so that When the rates are ready, they can be shared with you to be part of this. Minister of Finance, I need you with your team. You cannot expect that people came with money, but we badly need a monument for Professor Kapoza. So these pledges will pass around. Please register your name, address, pledge, and contact so that we make a difference. Because what are we if we can't make a difference? I would like to recognize the presence of the following practicing lawyers, alumni of Nkumba University Law School. Council Case Nkumba, we are glad to receive you. Council John Mugabi, we are glad to receive you. Council Derek Otesa, we are glad you have joined us. Council Nkunda Felix, we are honored to have you here. Please, Minister of Finance, I want this to be going around. My program was supposed to end at 1:15. I don't intend to take this any further. However, today is about Professor Kapoza. So I'll give the Professor Kapoza, who is here, a chance to say what? Last word. And then I'll invite the Vice President of the Law Society and also Chairperson of the organizing committee for this function to give a vote of thanks and also pray for the meal that we are about to break. Professor Kapoza, thank you very much for listening to me. You have been a good audience. I promise you, if I get another chance, I will definitely do better. Thank you. And thank you very much. Please, where should I thank you? We are not going to come back here.
Thank you so much for everyone who has been able to attend this occasion. Dear guests, we are very, very grateful for your presence. It made a difference. And as the student fraternity in Nkumba University Law School, we promise you that the things we've had, we are going to put them in practice, not only today, but forever. May God bless you.
Thank you for being with me. I'm sure we will do more like this together. Very soon we shall be like Big Osa and the Professor.
I apologize for jumping in again. I know it's not part of the program and it's not in my style. But as we're celebrating Professor Kapoza, I just want to give a few parting shots. My earlier talk, of course, I was mainly talking about him and the person that I knew him as, both as a father, as a lecturer, as a mentor, and many other things. But I also, in my parting shot, I just want to share a few insights from who I am as raised by him, something that you can take home and practice yourselves to become who we've become. Remember the legacy that I mentioned earlier, the legacy of the late Professor Kapoza. And one of the things that I want to talk about is related to the question of how did we become lecturers? An interesting question that in a way we take for granted. We may have the answers somewhere hidden, somewhere between Daniel and myself, but when you think back now, you start looking at the exposure that you've had and how it informed who we became eventually. So of course, growing up around his homestead and the direction that he was giving me as a father, when I was in his class, he taught us the course unit was Introduction to Law, which is now Introducing Law. And I went into that classroom with a very heavy pounding heart because I was like, okay, I'm now going into this first classroom. Before my dad, many people in the class do not know that he's my father. And if I sit at the back and fail, of course, I'll be embarrassing him and the family. If I sit at the front and I'm not participating, they'll think he's cheating for me in the exams. So let me sit at the front and keep my hands up all the time, keep participating so they can see it's out of merit, but not out of the favor and grace of my father. And that's what became the norm for me to always work hard, always sit at the front, always participate, not just in his class, but in all the classes I've been in for LLB, diploma in legal practice, masters, as well as the doctorate in law that I did. It became my habit, which became my character, and which character informed the person that I eventually became. But more to that, in line with becoming a lecturer, the classroom style of teaching then, in fact, we were amongst the few that started the 4-year program. Before then, it was 3 years. So around that time is when the 4-year period came in. And our lectures were not teaching the Socratic method that many of you have now. It was more of dictating notes, or just coming in and talking, and you have to scribble down and write everything aggressively, taking as much information as you can, and then start articulating it and playing it around your mind as you prepare for the exams. So of course I would write down hurriedly, like everyone else, but I had that extra privilege, going back to the home library, which I dare say, and Daniel will agree, was better than the Makerere Law School library, as well as the library in the main building, because people would come home for books which were not in the main library, or books which were not at the Faculty of Law then. So I'd pick my notes and then review them using the home library, making them the very perfect notes. I'll actually say perfect notes that they became. And in my second or third year, when we became more aggressive in our discussion groups, and we had a few that would hesitate to lead the groups, Daniel and I and a few others would always jump in to lead the discussion groups. In doing so, we realized that as you're leading a discussion, you're becoming better informed, you're understanding things better, and you're enjoying giving back that knowledge. And that's how I think the bad hits. That, at least for me, it was around second year that I said I think I'll become a lecturer. When I eventually started teaching, I first started teaching in 2003 at UCU before I came to Nkumba in 2005. But the notes I used for jurisprudence when I was teaching jurisprudence at UCU were notes I had put together when I was a jurisprudence student. So that shows how, when you are in this stage right now in the discussion groups and how you're preparing for your classes, do it in a way that you're not just preparing for that next exam, but you never know what that will help you or how you will use it. The second thing I wanted to talk about, which Daniel has already mentioned, is the power of networking. And you of course emphasize the area of you never know the person seated next to you or will become your next spouse. My wife is a person I met when we were in law school, and I didn't know then that she would become my spouse. She was 2 years behind me. But at least the fact that I knew her was part of informing my decision eventually that this is the person I want as a spouse. So that's an area of networking that's powerful. But another area of networking that needs to be emphasized, we've already heard about Dr. Ruweza, Dr. Chan were my classmates, and we've kept that as a part of network to this day. It's helped us in many ways. I met Professor Bwenje when I was in my senior 6 vacation. He has talked about that, how he graciously agreed to take me on in his law firm. I was doing research for his law firm, and we've been friends since that. At that time, I didn't know we'd eventually become colleagues, work together, teach together. But that's networking. Never underestimate networking and how it will help you 5, 10, 15 years ahead. Some of your colleagues will be recommending clients to you. Your lecturers will be recommending you for LLMs and job opportunities. When I was dean, I think I used to write an average of 20 or 30 recommendation letters per week for LLMs, but as well as top law firms calling me and asking me, we want to recruit someone. Can you write us a letter for someone? Or can you suggest someone? So the first network starts with the people you have in front of you. Never think, I don't know any lawyer out there. You have lawyers facing you on a daily who are teaching you. Show how valuable you are to them, and there will be your open gateway to wherever you end up working. Either in academia, in policy, in legal practice, you start with the lecturers who are in front of you. And if you mess up, they definitely will not recommend you. So think about that. So that's the main message I just wanted to share, as well as to reiterate how appreciative we are as a family. I asked Sharif and the rest of the leadership to share with us the Zoom link, because I believe some of my family members have been watching in. My mother sends her love. She's 83 years old. She's the pillar of our family. I have my siblings are the last born of 5. So to be that I'm the one who took on those by the grace of God. My sister Josephine, my brother Joseph, my other sister Bernadette, and then my other brother Fred, who was mentioned by the Vice Chancellor, he's in IT, all send their greetings. So I have 4 siblings. We have Joseph couples on the left. Oh, okay, they're still counting. They're currently 20 grandchildren and 5 great-grandchildren in the family. So they're all send their greetings. Thank you again. I will unfortunately not be staying for lunch. I have a class to teach this afternoon. It's supposed to start at 2, and I've shifted it to a later stage because I'll be rushing to Macquarie University to teach. But I want to at least give an offer of $100 towards the money, what is the monument? And we'll be contributing more as it comes up. So thank you again, and God richly bless you.
Thank you so much, Professor. And before going for lunch, I have been able informed that Fred is having something to say. Fred? And as he's coming, once again, I would like to recognize the presence of all the 4th years who are in this place. Thank you for making it to this place. We know your schedules are very tight, but thank you so much for coming.
Protocol observed. Thank you very much for attending this function. I've been asked by my president, President Seminar Sharif, told me that there are some special gifts he had for the high table. And one of the gifts has already been taken by Professor Kakoza because he was supposed to take this gift from the auctioneer, but you have already taken it by putting in your $100. So he told me to hand it over to you. Then Associate Professor Wendy told me that you come and hand over these gifts to the headful owners. One goes to Dr. Anthony Sikeka Koza. Then Nkumba Society is very appreciative for the good rate you have given us. Thank you very much. And now this special gift is supposed to be taken by the best person who's got the best buyer for this gift. Because why we couldn't put it in the first auctioning we made, it is too special. That I think it is from the office of the Vice Chancellor, Nkumba University, meaning Nkumba University is liable for everything inside here. And I'm well told it was
high record, the high table. But being given someone who's optioning, I'm also part of the high table. I'm starting with my 50,000, which I'm going to put on this gift. As I'm told by the Nkumba Senate President, Council Felix is eagerly and very ready to take on this gift, but before, maybe our Prime Minister would need also to add on something on it, Honorable Prime Minister. Do you accept Council Felix to take over me? Mine is 50,000.
Thank you. The rules of auction, whatever bid is made, you make the contribution and it is not billable. So put the 50,000.
Let me put my wallet inside. Honorable Prime Minister, support me. So far, we have an aggravated a fourth-year student from Nkumba University and Council Felix, and aggravated, I understand my account is on 50,000. Oh, the dean is supporting this student. Come for the dean. The dean is supporting this student. That is for an aggravated 100,000, 150 for an aggravated account, and 0 for Council Felix. Oh, I'm taking it. Dr. Babo has something to say.
Yes.
For his student. Apparently, my lecturers, Council Alex Maguma, when he was lecturing meaning public international, you know, I got admin that course unit. So, Council Alex Maguma, you can appreciate your student.
We are always in the school, and there is a way those students home and they are easy to notice. Yesterday when the dean was lecturing us, he told us law is not for the poor. So I'm assuming that whoever is in this room is not a poor man, is not a poor woman. What is inside here is going to contribute to your academic excellence. So today we are going to differentiate the girls from the women and then the gentlemen from the boys.
I'm going out and then Mr. Modi, come and vote for me this gift because it is precious.
Our beloved alumni, our dear lecturers, the outstanding earphones, you always move around and some of you are holding out. Please, I can see you, I will not mention the names. Atamuel has 100,000 on his account.
No, 150. And I'm giving a penalty for mentioning money which is less. You add 10,000 to make it 160.
Correct.
At 10,000, I stand on 160 apparently. 160. And Council Felix, he has said that he's just going to do a round figure. Honorable Prime Minister, Council Felix says that he's waiting for the small drums. Then for him, the big drum will come later. You know when you're hitting a frog, you use the most juice.
I also want to welcome if we have students from other institutions. Thank you for coming. Please, students, you have to support your fellow students.
Let's move in the line and head to.
I can see the alumni having a very heated conversation.
Council Felix, 200,000. I'm finished. Council Felix, 200,000. I grow well 160. Anita Mary, don't let me down. They are taking the gift. It's going very fast, both of us.
Okay, Fred. How much do you have in your basket? You have 170.
I have 170.
Yes. Council Felix has 200,000.
Okay, let us allow our guests to go for lunches. Yeah, let our guests first can have lunch.
Meanwhile, the ushers, please, you can keep guiding our guests to quick there to have their lunch, but I'm sure students are still making more contributions.
And before, allow me, Council Osapi, to bless our meal.
Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for the meal that we are going to take. We bless it as we partake of it, and we sanctify it with the blood of Jesus for strength and for the nourishment of the body in Jesus' name.
Let us lead our guests to the high table, and the MC can take over the function. Thank you very much, Council Fairness.
Thank